Good morning, guys. Look, I'm super dark. Hmm. That's okay. That's a little better. Huh. 1 second. You're got a tan. Yeah, I bet. Trying to think of. It's a little bit better, I guess. I think I just got it on one side of my face, though. I can't see the other. God damn it. Were you driving with the window down? I was driving. So, yes. Well, briefly. But I have like UV 50 side windows. One ankle out the window. Let's see the tan line under your sleeve. Fortunately, I didn't get sunburned on my face, just my arm. Oh no, that's gone too. Oh, well, it's still a little burnt. I've never been sunburnt before. I'm not gonna peel. Sun sensitive causing medication? Yeah, all the like corticosteroids that I'm on. You tan like an Italian. Yeah, I do. It's the Sicilian part. Dark as fuck. Give me a couple more weekends in the sun. I love you. We're gonna start selling pie-fi jerky when you start peeling. I didn't think of that until now. Is Japan self-nuking? No. I think GME is just 15% above GM now. Hold on, we can check. There's literally no gamma to the upside here on the weekly. I assume some positioning will come in. Where's gamma bounce? 30.46. Times 1.15 is 35.02. Back there, maybe. Ooh, foreign exchange arb rocketed it open again. Liquidity's getting a bit tight. XRT correlation's going up, which is possibly a good sign. Well, maybe. I don't know. Ooh, rejected. I mean, unless more interest comes into the upside, it's going to be really, really hard to move up to 40. That's a big gap in the weekly call buying. No one's selling any puts though. 23. Yeah, gonna need a lot of FOMO to move higher. Fucking chain's kind of dead above here. A little support at 35 though. Interesting. I wonder if they're covering from when XRT was on Reg Show. I have to look at the dates. The increase in correlation is pretty interesting though. BTC correlation's kind of picking up a little. No, BHAT's like way more correlated with gold than GME. If bond rates go to 6+ and stay, how would this affect the housing market? Well, the 10-year is the benchmark for the mortgage industry. So, bad. I mean, if banks could even survive a move up in rates that high, I think a lot of banks would fail, which would consolidate risk into fewer banks. And then, yeah, I mean, it would be horrible for demand. Prices would have to drop on houses in order for the market to stay liquid and attract buyers. If they announce actual Bitcoin purchase, though, have they not announced an actual Bitcoin purchase? What if he bought it at the very top? Everybody with a hat tan line across his forehead from this weekend. I don't think I got one of those. No, because I didn't wear a hat. I only wear a hat on stream. That way, if you guys see me in real life, you don't know what I look like. I read somewhere that every 1% move in mortgage rates, houses should move 6 to 8% accordingly. Like 6 to 8% down. It depends on the region. I mean, there's regions where they don't get hit as hard, and regions where they get hit a lot harder. But above, even, and then also like there's probably psychological breakpoints there. Interest rates above 5% already spook people. Um, 6, 7, it's pretty nasty. Interest rates get above 10%, and house prices are going to probably drop more than a few percent. I think you could go back and look at like the 80s. Like that's an average over time, but if you go back and look at the 80s when mortgages hit like 10, 11%, fucking home prices tanked. Relative to where they were, obviously, home prices have a lot further to move down nowadays than they did back then, notionally, but as a percentage, it was significant. I've seen you every day for 4 years. I know what you look like. No, you don't. This is just an AI reskin. Always has been. There aren't that many centaurs walking around New York City. I don't think the hat is what will give you away. Hmm. Delta flip test. So we definitely got some call selling at open, which I expected. Sorry about fucking up the overnight move. All the all of the like code for PineScript it fucked up the holiday. So I was just looking at like the spot estimate from like the ES spread, but it doesn't factor in the holiday move. Um, so I got that fucked up a little bit, but everything's based. I mean, 58.37 still super important. 58.76 to the upside of that. So it's just move everything up a technical level if you're looking at pickles picks. Yeah, PineScript's a piece of shit. What was I what was I just gonna check? I was gonna check something. Oh yeah, positioning on the 76 test. Makes sense for bears to sell calls here. The data this morning didn't really help the bulls out much. I think had durables been significantly better than expected, it might have moved the needle more, but right now it kind of looks like shit. There's some bot pits to the downside, some bot pits at spot. There's some few sold puts at 75, and then bot put sold calls to the upside of spot. Doesn't look like there's any significant call buying just yet. And we're getting some puts selling off at 75.70. A little bit at 85. Some calls selling at 5,900, 5,905. More puts being bought at spot here too. Should explain the drop in the delta flip. Some out of the money puts being bought at 58.50 again. Still very low numbers. 58.30. Puts being, I think, bought back. Uh, Actually, those might just be bought. Yeah, those might be long. We'll see. This is an important resistance. Now some calls being bought. 58.90. 5,900. Still sold calls at spot though. 75.70. Hmm. Definitely a little put favored on the downside move. There's still some puts back at 60, 55, 45. Somebody just sold a shitload of 59.05 calls. 500 of them. Yeah, that's what the collar is too. JPM collar is at 59.05. And that doesn't expire till next month. What's PineScript? It's the coding language for TradingView, and it's dog shit. Pretty sure JFresh is AI. Him and Dork. They're just bots. We made them in Copilot. Put spot, add spot, lowering the gamma flip. Put spot below spot, lowering the gamma delta flip. What are your favorite kind of questions people ask you when you're streaming? In-depth ones that I can answer over an extended period of time. And that generate other questions. Those are the best ones, because then people learn stuff. And that feels good. It's kind of like gooning. What the meaning of life, Nick? Everybody already knows the meaning of life. It was explained in the hit song from Junior Mafia called Get Money, featuring Biggie. At least someone has an answer. It was also revealed in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yes, 42. I've learned a lot about centaurs. That's good. Despite us really not discussing anything about them here. I like that you did independent research. DJT actually down today. MSTR playbook not working. Do you think there's a connection between those two things? Binary options are like a all or nothing option. The payout structure is like in, the payout structure is 100 or 0% based on usually like a strike in a stock or index or currency pair. So you're generally betting like it'll be above or below X by the expiry. The like CME yes no contracts. Those are basically binary options. They're actually banned in the EU and the UK. That's an island bottom. Islands are formed anytime you get like a double gap. Ooh, neat. Did Trump say something about it? Early like comment on spinning it off again. Hello, my favorite stock degen. What have you been working on the last month or so? Just tweaking GS? I need to talk to you about getting a new chair, by the way. Yeah, but mostly GS. Any new meta things I should know about the pickle jar before I climb back into my hole with my Fubo shares? Mr. Poopy Pants left the Discord and then snuck back in last night. Oh, I saw you, by the way. I had to make a meme. I'm gone again. Sure. Such a martyr. What chair questions? I want my chair, but cheaper. And tariffs. Basan said they're going to take out a conservatorship after more trade deals, basically. What trade deals? At least it's worth enough now that I could potentially short it. There's nothing wrong with my chair. I want a second one. He needs to rap about financial stuff. Who? Apparently India is very close. Did Trump say something over the weekend about Europe? What did he say? Are they going to delay the tariffs? Europe got a delay until June 9th. That's not very long. Oh, July 9th. Gherkin, time me out past my membership. Yeah, no.
Back to $3,
Heralded
please.
the
Put that
return of
pickle in
Poopy
my
the
jar.
Grey has been more
The
correct
return
about
of
bonds
Poopy
than
the Grey.
JFresh so far.
He has been more correct
Poopy is a
about bonds than
misunderstood and
JFresh
maligned
so far.
character, but he's actually very
Poopy is
intelligent.
a misunderstood
Sometimes
and
when I'm
maligned
jacking it, I
character, but
randomly
he's
think
actually
about him,
very
not in a gay
intelligent.
way, just, you know.
Sometimes when I'm jacking it, I
Thanks for
randomly think
the
about
for the
him.
Ko-Fi, Mr.
Not in a
Poopy
gay way,
Pants.
just,
That's some
you
nice
know.
shit you have to say about
5.
yourself. Trump said delay on EU tariffs. That's why we gained more market money than we lost when he said tariffs. Yeah, that's the way it works. I wonder if we'll test gamma neutral. It's 58.94. Bulls are buying a few calls here. About some 85, 95, and 5900 calls. But 5905 and 5910 are still getting sold really heavily. There's also some sold calls here at 880. There's a bit of sold puts, 75, 80, 85. Possibly some capitulation on the at-the-money options. It's mostly being held up by bot calls at 75 right now. There's also some in the money, out of the money bot puts still coming in 60, 55. You know I'm not spending money to be heard. It goes against my principles. That's literally what you did with Billionaire for years. Consumer confidence 98 expected. Last 85.7. Oh, well, I don't believe that. 12-month inflation expectations eased to 6.5. There's 4.8 points to 135.9. The expectation index based on consumer short-term outlook for income, business, and labor market conditions surged 17.4 points to 72.8, but remained below the threshold of 80, which typically signals a recession ahead. The cutoff date for preliminary results was May 19th. About half the responses were collected after May 12th announcement of a pause on some tariffs on imports from China. So super biased. Consumer confidence improved in May after 5 consecutive months of decline, said Stephanie Gershard, senior economist, global indicators at the conference board. The rebound was already visible before May 12th U.S.-China trade deal, but gained momentum afterwards. The monthly improvement was largely driven by consumer expectations, as all 3 components of the expectations index, business conditions, employment prospects, and future income, rose from their April lows. Consumers are less pessimistic about business conditions and job availability over the next 6 months and regained optimism about future income prospects. Consumers' assessment of the present situation also improved. However, while consumers are more positive about current conditions than last month, their appraisal of current job availability weakened for the 5th consecutive month. May's rebound in confidence was broad-based across all age groups and all income groups. It was also shared across all political affiliations, but the strongest improvements among Republicans. However, on 6-month moving average basis, confidence in all age and income groups was still down due to previous monthly declines. Bouchard added, with stock market continuing to recover in May, consumers' outlook on stock prices improved, with 44% expecting stock prices to increase over the next 12 months, up from 37.6% in April, and 37.7% expecting stock prices to decline, down from 47.2% in April. This was one of the survey questions with the strongest improvement after the May 12 trade deal. There is no trade deal. Why do they keep calling it a trade deal? They agreed to talk about a trade deal. There's a Dillionaire glimpse at your positions, and you would give charts that cost more than Dillionaire to access. It's true. I bought an SPX call when I super chatted you. I'm the market maker now. Okay, I'm out again. Let me know what chair thingy you want, and I'll check out what discounted chairs we have. Yeah, all right, I will. If Trump says it's a deal, it's a deal. They're manifesting. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. The concept of a trade deal, that's more accurate. Have you partnered with Thunder 86 to sell pickle jar themed chairs yet? No. Wolf has 13 days of reg show. Didn't they file for bankruptcy? Allegedly. Pretty fast last week. Was the CCCS play kaput now? I think my position on it's fine. Hmm. I can't believe Gherkin ignored my question. The American business environment has fundamentally changed following the insider trading, savings, and loan scandals. Explain business ethics and how they're applied today. That's cute. I think vol shorts are piling in. Just an observation. Yeah, they're selling puts. $75, $80, $85. There's some bot puts at 90 and 95 to the upside still. And there's still sold calls out above 59.05. But I could still see us maybe testing gamma neutral. We're close enough to it. That's probably the most important level to watch here. No formal filing. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Thanks, tenderized loins. Not sure. Don't worry. He does it to all of us. He stopped replying to my DMs and phone calls. Started sending solicitors to his apartment. He ignores them too. This isn't down as much as I'd expect. No, it's really not. Consistent though. There's a little resistance here and not much support. I should note that. Most of the support's back at 75. There's really not very significant support below that until you get down to 50. So 75 is kind of an important breakpoint. Also looks like it'll be hard to push out push out much further to the upside. There's some room out to like maybe a 5900 test, but tough and no sold puts above spot really. What's Fubo doing? Ooh, neat. That's cool. It's above 350. I forgot how cute you look in blue. Thank you so much. Every time I tune into your stream, Jimmy starts tanking. Well, Jimmy kind of hit the top of its potential range, at least. 15% above Gamma Max. It was about 3502, and it exceeded even that a little bit. Some of the foreign exchange arbs kind of fell down after market open, so whatever covering was getting done kind of wrapped up there. They're still a little bit illiquid, I would say. I no longer have to ask you where Gamma Neutral is, because I have GS Live. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. Still not a lot of call volume between 35 and 40. And by that I mean none. Did I bring up GMA? Nope, that brings up SPXW. Hmm. Or so you could also dilute at any time. Trading at 2.5x book. Yeah, he could. Gamma max on Fubo? It's 333. Still climbing a little higher here. Still a lot of bot puts at 90. So far those aren't closing, but they are gonna probably get tested. Delta flip 73. Could we get a nice rejection off gamma neutral at 58.94? Possibly, yeah. I think we can at least get the gamma neutral test, which I already said. You speak towards puts versus calls on SVX in regards to like profit risk taking, given that vol shorts equals downs? Does that make puts worse in like a macro sense due to vol crush? No, puts are more profitable just for shorter periods of time. Because of vol expansion. If RC dilutes, he ruins the sailor trade though. How? He just has to dilute and buy more Bitcoin. Here to say hello and represent the poorest that have fallen into the shadows. What's up, Kyle? Hope all's been well with the pickle jar and the Gamma Strike takeover. It's been fantastic. Gamma Strike's dope. We talked about UNH recently and what you see in the near-term future. I think UNH is attractive if there's like some prospect of risk off, but failing to hold 300 is really bad. So, I mean, it could bottom out again. Obviously, like the administration's policies are not favorable for it. And, you know, they've been struggling a bit with not only their board, but management in general, which isn't casting a super positive light on anything there. Tesla is up a shitload today. Actually, I mean, overall, like MQ is still just outperforming everything. Wasn't the convertible for GME at 32.33? How long does it have to stay above it? I mean, diluting would be bad until the it's been at 32, 33 or higher for long enough to encourage conversion. Otherwise, you just would have issued equity in the first place. So you'd undercut the convertible structure by diluting. Well, it was closer to 45, but I haven't looked in a bit. Mm. Conversion rate for notes will initially be 33.4970 of Class A common stock per $1,000 principal amount of such notes, equivalent to an initial conversion price of $29.85. The initial conversion price of the notes represents a premium of approximately 37.5% over the U.S. composite volume weighted average price of the Class A common stock from 1 p.m. through 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time in the New York Stock Exchange, March 27, 2025. GameStop may not redeem notes prior to April 6th, 2028. If the last reported sale price of Class A common stock has been at least 130% of the conversion price of the notes, then in effect for at least 20 trading days, whether or not consecutive, during any 30 consecutive trading day period, including the last trading day of such period, ending on and including the trading day immediately preceding the date on which GameStop provides notice of redemption at a redemption price equal to 100% of the principal amount of the notes to be redeemed, plus accrued and unpaid special interest too, but excluding the redemption date. If GameStop redeems less than all of the outstanding notes, at least 100 million aggregate principal amount of notes must be outstanding and not subject to redemption as of the relevant redemption notice date. No sinking fund is provided for the notes. Yeah, you could offer additional bonds. Is 5900 resistance? Gamma neutral is. Can you please read? Please release a special recording of you reading 30 minutes of economic reports. Excellent sleep aid. Oh, trash. It's like 10:30 a.m. It's almost your bedtime, that's all. There's a gamma neutral rejection back into the bot puts at 90. Now, this is interesting. If the puts at 90 close on the pullback, we can move up above 5,900. But if they stay open here, they might cause some of the bot puts at 59.95 and 5,900 to take profit, which could mean a deeper pullback towards like the delta flip. So this rejection and then maybe support is pretty important, I think. If you go spend the night at someone's place, are you just up till 4 a.m. vaping? Yeah. I woke up around 5 a.m., but there's such a hypnotic quality to you read. What were you just reading? I just tuned in. Did he dilute? No, no, no. We were talking about the potential for dilution, which seems unlikely. Although, as pointed out, he could just release more convertible notes, which is essentially future dilution. Isn't there's an option for an additional 200 million in dilution also? GameStop can't redeem the notes before 2028. Unless there's a fundamental change as defined by the indenture. There's no option for a share buyback outlined in the convertible debt agreement. Are you talking about the one from like 2023 or 2020? I'm not gonna fucking use that. If the puts at 5,900 go, well, a bunch of them expire today, so maybe they could close them on a test. They could also just close them here, which is a significantly better position than they were in on Friday. If they're just trying to rescue the sold puts to the upside. Although closing all of those would be pretty bearish. Still quite a lot of bot puts at 58.90 here. So bears pushing back a little bit on the breakout above gamma neutral. Not pushing back a lot yet. There's quite a lot of puts being sold to the downside of spot. Which would make a downside move a little more volatile. But you'd need to confirm it. Maybe a loss of 87. Getting close. GF creeping up very slowly, yeah. No market reaction to the Moody's downgrade. Is this normal? There was a market reaction to the Moody's downgrade, although I do think it was delayed due to the excessively high positive delta at the time. And yields are still quite elevated. We don't have I don't think we have any like big auctions coming up today, at least. I think we have a 2-year auction today. Actually, a tail there would be kind of interesting because the 2 years fallen quite a bit. I know we have minutes tomorrow, so we might get more of a delayed reaction on the bond market pushing rates higher, which we saw with the 20-year auction last week. What's up? What price does Beyond start to get interesting? 0? I'm just kidding. I don't know. I haven't looked at the options chain in forever. Ooh, Gamma Max is kind of cratering. I guess if it gets above 356, it's kind of neat. I don't think there's a ton of upside interest on the chain though. Probably wouldn't get higher than 5, even if it did break out. But yeah, it's got to get above all these fucking sold puts and the calls. But there's a little room for it to break out if it did. Not the most exciting play. Pretty illiquid right now though. Hmm. What's the Upstart doing? Still hasn't lost 87. What allergy medications are you taking? I alternate, what is it? Fexofenadine, cetrizine, and levocetrizine. And then I take fluticasone and pseudoephedrine, nafcillane. Then hydroxyzine. Yeah, but only when things are like really acute. Zizal. Yeah. Still a lot of bot puts at 90. It's boring. 1 second, I'll be right back. What's up, JC? Maybe NQ breaks out. Bulls are getting a little scared of selling the upside calls. They should be. I wouldn't want to sell calls here in case I got squeezed out. I guess the collar's still there, which is a bit protective. Ooh, interesting. Some more bot puts at 90. Bears, sorry. Well, selling calls is technically a bullish position. It's not inherently bearish. Is there still positioning in the chain to support the comment from 2 weeks ago? Yeah. Yeah, there's still room to move out to $5. Probably not for long, but there's still positioning there. The collar moves closer to X-ray. Does it get more resistive under, supportive above? Yes, both. FUBU above 350 is confirmation for a continuation. It hasn't squeezed out the sold calls yet, but they are very pressured here. I would say above like 63 if you really want to confirm the upside. Okay, squeezed to 59.25 after breaking 5,900. There's the collar at 59.05 still. So possibly no. But I would say if we broke the collar, then yeah, probably out to 25. And then if 25 broke higher. What's your approximate PT to sell all shares? I don't know. I figure I'll just let it run and sell in the money cover calls again. Like if it gets out to like 450 or 5 on this move up and it actually squeezes off some of the sold calls, then I'll probably just wait and sell in the money calls again because that's been not bad. Calls are considered a mild, like selling calls is considered a mildly bullish position because you're generating income while attempting to limit losses in the underlying. It's more bearish on a cash settled instrument. But you're just betting that something doesn't go up above the strike that you pick. You're not betting that it goes down. Otherwise you'd buy a put. This is a dangerous place to buy puts. I wouldn't buy puts here. Maybe if we lost Delta Flip or something. Or, well, I guess intraday if we lost 87. But I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't want to buy puts here. Wouldn't this be easier for bulls if they let this drop first to get puts to close? Yeah, if we pulled back to like 75, this would probably be a lot simpler. But that doesn't mean we will. Or the bulls are gonna stop piling in above spot. They're buying the 5900 call really, really heavily right now, but still nothing above 5900, which makes this resistance seem pretty hard. Also, not a lot of calls being bought back to the upside either. Downside support's kind of weak. There's some sold puts at 95 and 85, but not like a ton of them. 70, 75. 75 has a decent number. Oh, expiry on the call selling. 0 DT. I mean, I could look further out, technically. So I could go to like, end of week. Yeah, there's a bit of call selling out for end of week too. Bot puts at 59.25. Bot puts at 5,900. Not sure what expiration those are all on, but significantly more than just today. It's possible that we're seeing the puts bought back that were sold previously at 5,900, 5,925, which would be very bearish. So if we see those puts collapse today, at those two big delta strikes to the upside, that would not be good for the bulls because they'd lose their upside leverage on a push higher. Someone placed a long gold again. Hmm. That's a good question. No, not particularly. Not that it's terrible. It's just really risky. Like 3230 or like 3209 I feel like would be way better entries. Yeah. This would be a little bit better for a breakout. If you're trying to play like a break to the upside in the consolidation. I guess it depends on how short you're going for. There's probably like this current bounce will probably retest like 346, 347. But it could be like 324. Somewhere between 24 and 47, before pulling back further. To a slightly higher low. Yeah, this is a shitty like entry. I don't know. I probably wouldn't enter here. I don't like the ranges very much. Like if you take a look, like there's a reversal off of the low test at 31. Um, but it failed a little early, and then I don't love where consolidation's at right now. It's not a bad spot. It's just it could slip lower, especially off like the lower high. So maybe like a pullback down here would be better, or like a pullback to the long-term trend. We back to 90. If I were gonna strangle, I'd probably like intraday. Why do you want to strangle? How many DT? I did not sign up to be an astronaut, but here we are on a moon mission. What are you talking about? 3 or 4 DTE at major resistance? I feel like that's a good place to end up with just one side of it printing. I'd be more interested in strangling like a pullback, some sort of minor resistance close or minor support close. I hate entering like straddles and strangles around major strikes. Is Japan secretly blowing up in the background? Announcing they're stopping long end issuance is kind of a red flag now. They're stopping long end issuance because they keep driving their rates higher because of the carry trade. They're trying to prevent FX volatility as long as they can. They just want to be good guys and have US warships protect the China Sea. 2 more months to 4 years. Fuck yeah, Tom Tom. We've all been together for so long. This is my longest relationship with internet bots. This is my longest relationship, period. Thanks, Lizard King. That's gross that AJ is one of your longest relationships. He hasn't been here as long, I hope. Outlasted my marriage. That's true, Jason. Jack P. I'm a bot. Cool. You're welcome. I wanted to make a boatload of money and forget you all, but yet here we are. How's MOASS going? I've been married for 8 years. This relationship is easy by comparison. Head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Maybe. I don't know. Still no 87 failure, which would be the only interesting thing. Did any of the puts close there? Not really. A few, I guess. Still a lot of bot calls at 5,900. I wonder if they'll give up. Found the jar a little late, but I've been here since your GME Super Stack updates. I think a lot of people have been here since then. Could this move continue into tomorrow? Sure. We have minutes tomorrow, I think. Although I don't think that anything's going to be in the minutes that's going to disrupt anything unless they start talking about recession a lot. Dallas Fed manufacturing negative 15.3 versus prior 35.8. We have a 3 and a 6 month auction in 30 minutes, 27 minutes, and then we've got a 2-year auction at 1 o'clock. I'm not sure what the size on those auctions is though. Hold on, let me pull it up. I'll post it in Pickles Picks. Boop. I wish I could post images to YouTube chat. That'd be cool. Frankly, I wouldn't know what to do with myself without this stream. Me either. Like, I wouldn't know how to fill in the boring parts of my day anymore. Can we just go back to watching GME all day? Gross. You say that until chat starts spamming Goatsy. Okay. Valid. I didn't think about that. I was just thinking about all the economic data and information that we could share in chat. I didn't think about the bad parts of the internet. Thanks for dashing my hopes on the proverbial rocks. Whoa, how's MOASS going? Was a low blow? No, it wasn't. I work a corporate job fighting depression every day. Is that the actual position? Wait, do you just prescribe people SSRIs? Time for a move down. That'd be cool. Still wanted to break 87. Hmm. MOASS is learning how to wheel options, so thanks for that. You got it, man. SSRIs made my PP not work. No me gusta. I'm sorry to hear that, Tutan. I think they have that effect on a lot of people. I'm not a doctor, I'm a director. They're book smart. I'm smart in the sense of scheduling emails to be sent every 30 minutes to make it look like I'm working, and then make one impacting move a day aside. What kind of move? Is it a bowel movement? Has anyone noticed getting a girlfriend makes you a better trader? Stop talking about your girlfriend, you weirdo. Because now I'm like, I should just take these profits. Because if she finds out I was up 3K and lost it, then I get in trouble. Why would you get in trouble? Are you gambling your girlfriend's money? Been here a while. Thanks to the recipes and the sandwich guidelines. Seems like I lasted longer than Poopy and Popcorn. Actually, Popcorn's still here. He's been caught up with uh his some stuff with his family. You did last longer than Poopy though, which is impressive because he is extremely irritating and stubborn. Fear of my wife killing me makes me a better trader. Okay. That's valid. Yeah, it makes sense. Then you take the profits and she spends it. Nah. Wait, is Cobra actually Warden? Oh shit. On the contrary, trading has just made me better at lying to my girlfriend. His girlfriend is a prop firm. He's very confused. Irritating and stubborn. Projecting much? Not at all. I'm extremely pleasant to be around. Hence why you're still here. Are 5,900 calls selling off? Any shifting positioning? I'd like to tell you yes, but no. There's some more bot puts above spot, like a couple more. More sold puts at 90 than there were, but some like still a lot of bot puts at 90. Then you gotta drive him to church the next morning. Like gas ain't free. What? Why are you all getting shared bank accounts with people you aren't married to? It's a good question. Neither do you, Kiko. I just tell my husband about the up days. I don't mention the down ones. At least we know it's universal, Jim Martin's wife. Wear one of your Ed Hardy hats, the bedazzled one. I wish I had some Ed Hardy clothing. I wonder if that'll ever come back. Jenko's did. Why are you guys getting shared bank accounts with your spouse? That's a big red flag right there. How else are you supposed to hide your money from trading? My wife comes up and stares over my shoulder, so I immediately swap to my paper trading tab so she can't see all the red. What if your paper trading account's also down? Then you're just like, oh, this is just paper trading. I don't have any baggy pants. I wish I did. Are you ready for NVIDIA to beat and SPX to rip to 6K? I think I expect NVIDIA to beat. It's just practice, honey, I swear. Anyone who wants to be financially entangled with me clearly has poor judgment, and that's a huge red flag. I think I'm realizing something very quickly. You guys all have terrible communication in your relationships. Is that a byproduct of being a trader or a byproduct of being someone who's interested in trading? You have to have financial independence from your significant other. Unless you really need your wife's money to trade. But that's between you guys. Not really advice, just commenting on nuns with guns. Terrible communication in general. I told my partner that I made huge losses. Instead of being mad, she tried to comfort me. Oh, that's cute. Well, now we communicate great. Usually it's telling the other person to mind their fucking business. You watch too many movies. Relationships are not about communication. My wife gave me 5K to trade with. I haven't looked back since. I wasn't collecting data. Should I start? I wish my wife got angrier at me and I would still be profitable. My communication skills are excellent. Just ask my ex-wife. That was back during the GS release. Oh, nice. I found that not talking to my wife about anything financial has improved my marriage. So how do you address financial issues? Does she just like bring them up and you just walk out of the room? Thank you so much, nuns. I tell her when I win, and then she asks what the high of the day is and calls me paper hands. You married someone from Superstock? Me and JD are Eskimo bros. My wife is a beautiful double recliner sectional, caramel leather, thick. The 2-year auction will fail today. That'd actually be kind of cool. That's not gonna happen, right? No. That'd be crazy. You can't just say these things. Didn't you see consumer sentiment so much better? The people yearn for higher stock prices after they were told that there was a trade deal with China. Seems like sentiment's done a complete 180 from last week. Yeah, new normal. Everything's okay again. Nothing was ever bad. Consumer sentiment is amazing with buy now, pay later, especially on Costco hot dogs. Fewer people working, but wages slightly higher. That definitely increases the economic input. I do want to see consumer credit this month. This coming month. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, did analysts move up expectations for Michigan this Friday after CB came out? Mm, no. Interesting. Maybe we actually get negative GDP on Thursday. Did you guys hear that they removed some of the bad parts of PPI? I've been having trouble finding a way to keep tabs on each data report to gain that insight into upcomings like you provide in Pickle Specs. That'll be the next big step for me, I think. Are you gonna pay for LSEG and market? It's like 35,000 a year. If that's the case, fuck no. Okay, do I want to buy a put now? Hold on. Maybe. We filled the little gap at 94. I still want this to lose 87. Fuck. Some puts being bought back at 80. Some of the downside, like sold puts, are breaking down. Less support at the 80 strike, less support at 90. 75 moving negative. 70 a little bit more negative. Guy sold too many calls. Ugh. Yeah, I'll be fine. Isn't Warrior Trading still just doing like micro cap scalping with his audience pumping the shitty trades in pre-market? He doesn't have a direct pipe. He trades from home. The only way you're getting a direct pipe is if you're on the exchange floor. No, because we don't trade microcaps ever. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've looked at anything from him, but I think he used like just like a basic brokerage. It was like light speed or something. Which I don't know if they used to be good for like if you traded stock because they put an emphasis like a lot of emphasis on locates. So if you needed to short shit in pre-market, they usually had decent liquidity at a slightly higher borrow rate, but the weekend was alright. A lot of driving. Is Twitter broken? I didn't even know. Yeah, still nobody buying calls above 5,900. There's still bot calls at 5,900 though. And that'll shift if it keeps getting pressured. Because people will start to buy back the sold calls. I want to put June put, but the risk, they are pricey. One second. A little profit taking on the 5,900 calls. But some of the 5,905 sold calls closed on the test. I saw the best explanation I've seen so far of Trump's tariff policy. It's because he's a Gemini. Typical. Wasn't even priced in. I hate you. I thought I was getting real insight for a second. Oh, fuck yeah. That's such a Gemini thing to do. Yeah, it is. I think the 3 month was 4.255. 3.18 bid to cover. The Fed bid up 8.1 billion. And then the 3 month was 2.95 at 4.16. There's a couple calls at 5905, but still net sold. So mostly just 5900 still. There's a little bit of in the money profit taking on like the 80 and 85. Still some bot calls at 75 though. And 5900 is net bot calls. I hope we don't go up any further. We do have to close my sold calls. Is above 5900 still squeezy? Yeah, I bet. Probably more above 5905 than 5900, but I bet, yeah. How's it feel being an SPX shoutcaster? Great. Wait, Barodactyl, did you buy 5925s from me for $2? Look, just give me a 5800 test. We're good. Hmm. This is looking a lot like a all-day continuous push-up. We haven't retested the trend yet. Grindy with a chance of tweets. That's gonna be a stream card. Oh wait, is Trump talking today? No, but he has a cell phone. They probably just like changed the Wi-Fi password on him. Yeah, we're at the collar. Close. 5905. Bulls really would do better letting it drop a bit and shaking off the sold call and bought put interest. Nothing public scheduled. How squeezy is the upside? I mean, we pack on a shitload of delta above 5900. So the MM goes from being not very supportive at 58.94 to being very supportive at like 59.05. More so above 59.25, but yeah, it's a bit squeezy. The cover bid would be big. But a lot of that interest is today and Friday. I'd say about half of the 5900 interest falls off today. So unless it rolls forward, which it could, there's a bit of a risk that a move above 5900 could cause their short puts to close. since they're so near expiry. And if they did, that would spike vol. What's with some GME uppies these days? Broke out above Gamma Max. Hit a little over 15% this morning and then pulled back. It's a little bit illiquid, but the foreign exchange arb seems to be settling down some. Might be some delayed covering from XRT being on Reg Show for so long. But the increase in BTC correlation is kind of interesting. You said Fubo 363 earlier. Why don't you share your time machine with us more often? I feel like I share it often enough. No? I have to export and then import OBS to my new computer. Nope. Or at least not directly enough. We're not stock savants, but I said Fubo 363 earlier. It was like a 10% move. I'm not on the new PC now. The new PC's over there. I'm still trying to get the RAM stable. Why did you decide to change your PC again? Because this one kept crashing due to memory leaks. And PineScript being a piece of shit. So I wanted more overhead on my RAM. It's not jiggly. What are you doing? Trying to put quad channel XMP on DDR5? First of all, it's Expo now, but yes. Also, why do new motherboards have 4 fucking RAM slots when it's only dual channel? Oh my god, you got a new PC and didn't tell us? I did. I think I posted a picture. RAM stable? Is that where you keep all your rammies? No, I just rub aloe gel on my ram's little rooster comb fins to keep it nice and cool. Huh. You spend 100k for the server boards, a 250X slot, so you can just add RAM as you need. That's what I should have done. You should set up your new PC for your trading stuff and your old PC to run OBS. Huh. What? Maybe. Grease on the list for 10 H100s. No, I got a 5070 Ti. Like 13900K. Yeah, Intel's memory controller is like apparently way better than AMD's, which I did not know. I'm gonna have to definitely manually mess with the voltages. There's not another option for video cards. Well, not really. I always buy NVIDIA video cards. Intel Arc is great if you aren't gaming or doing AI. I am doing AI. I'm building a Mr. Poopy Pants bot for the Discord. That way I can maintain the engagement despite his absence. It'll just find you and argue with you. A Freg Discord bot would be better. It'd be no. What? You can't replicate Freg with a bot? Why do we need engagement? Is someone getting paid for engagement? No, actually. Can I get a copy of that bot for work? Because reasons. New insult. You look like you'd be easy to emulate with an LLM. Also, if you know how to build a bot based off of someone's prior chat, let me know. The glory that was Frag could never be replicated by a simple computer. Nobody help him. It came too late for Frag. I feel like I'm missing out on a lot. You are. I only have a 4090. FOMO engaged. I'm pretty sure a 4090 is better than a 5070. But I don't have a 4K monitor, let alone do I want to play any games in 4K. And also, all the games I play require a 1080 Ti at best. No auto chess in 4K, 120 FPS. I haven't played that in forever. I'm not into VR waifus. I have 2K monitors. That's more than enough for trading. A 240 hertz 2K monitors. You're not into VR waifus yet. No, I just never would be. I'm not. I don't like cartoons. I don't get it. I mean, you guys do your thing, but I don't understand it. Two 2K monitors, same like 4K monitor. You probably have a centaur waifu pillow. That's just a picture of me on my pillow. How else am I supposed to kiss myself goodnight, Bob? Ridiculous. For me, it's just Bugs Bunny dressed up as a woman. Don't say that. The Gherks'll hear. If you take the screen out of a 2K monitor and layer it on top of another monitor, it's basically the same as a 4K. Hey, my joke. Are the Bulls just gonna slam their peeners through the collar? They're trying. They've bought some 905 and 999, well, 905 calls. It's still mostly sold calls to the upside of spot, though. Some of the, like, out of the money calls are closing 20, 25, 30. There's still bot puts at 90 and 5,900 now. So a little pushback from the Bears. Not a lot, but a little. Oh, Jesus Christ. Putin doesn't realize is that if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean really bad. He's playing with fire. What a great way to kick off World War III. Does anybody feel like he doth protesteth too loudly? While simultaneously admitting that he's kept bad things from happening to Russia. Our puts wouldn't mind some idiotic posturing. Well, we've had a decent run, y'all. It's been real. Yeah. I'm I'm in New York City, so it was good knowing you guys. He's made enough on Trump coin to throw Putin under the bus. I'm surrounded by all our nukes. Fuck my life. In Indiana? I still don't think their nukes work. They must have a couple. Can a nuke make it to Chicago? Yes. Why did why did we put them all next to the super volcano? Don't worry, the Golden Dome is projected to be completed at the end of 2029. What's that large landmass above Indiana? Canada? Or are you talking about Michigan? The fuck is a Canada? It's like a hat. I've never even been to North Dakota. I have been to Nebraska. It keeps us warm in the winter. It's a shithole, trust me. I believe that. What the fuck is hot dish? Don't Google it. It'll make you mad. It's too late. Is this what they feed the people on the oil rigs? It's like shitty hamburger helper. I thought it was just slang for meth. Yeah, it's like shit on a shingle. Nah, meth is ice dish. Everybody I've ever known who's gone to work the oil fields in the Dakotas has been shot at or shot. You're missing the third thing they did, which is shoot at other people. Yeah, I forgot about that. How many people do you know work in oil rigs? Like three. Don't know them well, but that's the 905 test. Is it that lucrative? I think they get paid pretty good money. Yeah. Although it sounds miserable and potentially crippling. On what? They're working all the time. They spend it on drugs and strippers, as far as I know. Oh, and cars. Or, well, trucks. Trucks, drugs, and strippers. Yeah, big trucks. So oil rigs, same like Wall Street? No. Truck nuts. Do they do a like an excessive amount of steroids? I don't know. How large is your sample size to this group of folks? Two, three? Yeah, like three. Well, one of them was a petroleum engineer who just had to work up there. The other two actually like worked like the rigs. I used to work in northern Alberta. Doing what? Oil sands? Yeah, that sounds fun. Nope. Breakout. Hey, the Bulls did it. Holy Trinity. Where do bears come in and kick this sandcastle? I would imagine if there were any profit taking at all, which so far hasn't happened. Although out of the money calls being bought back has kind of exploded a bit. 25, 30, 35, 40. Some asshole still selling calls at 59.15 though. We've moved on to doing quantitative analysis in the pork futures market. It's true. We're trying to get Dork the best deal on pork. Is 30 plus now open with calls bought back? No, it'd still be pretty hard to move up that high. There's a lot of gamma up here. It's not exactly like an easy range to move through. If we keep squeezing sold calls there, I'd imagine we can probably get to at least 59.25, maybe a little higher. We're already starting to squeeze off the sold calls. Are you buying the MNTN dip? Because I am. No, we're deporting all the illegal aliens. Why would I buy Mint Mobile? This is terrible for their business model. Ryan Gosling is not going to be happy. Ryan Reynolds? Ryan Reynolds sold his stake in Mint Mobile like a while ago, didn't he? Pretty sure he did. No one can afford their cell phone bills unless a firm gets brought in. My cell phone bill's been the same price for like 10 years. They don't harvest the cell phone data from the fields. They make up a huge majority of their customer base, though. Most prepaid phone plans, because you need to do a credit check generally to get a like a standard phone plan. And so they cater to people with largely with people with bad credit and more so to people who haven't established credit yet. Is that where the minutes come from? They were pretty expensive back in the day, but I assumed we improved the agriculture and plant more nowadays. What? Okay, this is not how cell phone signals work. I just like paying more at AT&T. It's my own flex on the poors. Yeah, why is AT&T just arbitrarily more expensive than other cell phone service providers? Gabrielle Verratti, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I hated waking up at 5 a.m. to check the minutes. Okay, that's... God damn it. That's not how any of this works. Holy shit, this is boring. The next upside test for ES is like 59.2750, which is what, $6 more to the upside from spot. So that'd be like the 59.15 test. I wonder if I should sell some more 59.25 calls. Hmm. Was that AI? I thought that was just like a program that they designed. But yeah, I did read about that. I didn't know it was AI. Pepe's scary. You know what else does mom make? Leftover minute stew? What the fuck is that? Now that AI overlords will see my peepee, you should just strap your Google Nest to it. That way they're more impressed. Huge signal. Exactly. Phones are just tools that enhance our telepathic capabilities. From the minutes you grow in the back garden, but they go bad at the end of the month. Okay, you're really hung up on this. You can't just grow minutes. I guess I'm rewiring my entire house with Cat 50. You haven't done that already? They're just like time access to a signal. time limited access to a signal. We've done most of it. I just need like 3 to 4 other runs. That way, when your cable internet hub goes out during the apocalypse, you'll have a lot of wire laying around to hang yourself with. My entire house is wired with InfiniBand. Hey, listen, we all need the internet, and we know how much. You can Ethernet off of copper power wires. Just watch out for the interference. Do you just plug that directly into the big gray trash can that they put on the power pole? I took this week off work and I'm bored as fuck. Oh, really? Because I could fix that. Take profit bulls, do it. I'm disappointed Baby Monique doesn't have Cat 7 everywhere. Don't do it. I know I have shit to build, but what if you just didn't? You should go visit Dork. He's very lonely. If I just didn't, preposterous. Did Dork's girlfriend break up with him? Why is he lonely? No. It's not his girlfriend. It's his fiance. Keep her name out of your mouth, Cobra. We got shit to deliver before I move to Georgia. Wait. Does Dork live in Georgia now? What the fuck is happening? Nuke, come to me. I assumed I was going to be the best man at Dork's wedding. But I haven't been formally invited yet. Just you and me and our computers and ghost energy drinks for you. Why is Dork's fiance working? Pay Dork more. Part of the gravity-defying clown market is partially due to zombie passive automated money inflows and the changeover from transactional-based payments to subscription models. A little bit. It's a constant positive pressure. Not the subscription model thing so much. Although it does extract slightly higher revenues. Dork's wedding gift to Dork will be his Gamma Strike hat. Whatever color Dork wants, it won't be that one. Ha ha ha, pay. Gamma Strike, pay. Laughing my ass off. You'd fly to Nevada for Dork's wedding? How sweet. I'd think about it. It depends on if it has an open bar or not. Our wedding will be in bumfuck. Open bar, if you like Coors Light. You bastard. No Pappy? They don't get paid for Gamma Strike, but if they do good work, Gherk won't beat them that week with sacks of rolled bills. By Pappy, you mean the champagne of beers? Then yes. It's just in the yurt. I don't want to leave Dork's wedding better hydrated than I showed up. Does Dork know that the Pickle Jar real life meetup is going to be at his wedding? Shh. Don't tell him. A skunked Coors Light and Four Loko just reminds me of drinking a 13 again. My gift to Dork is going to be 2 cans of original Four Loko. My gift is I'm helping Dork out with his manscaping for the wedding night. Autographed by the cast of Jersey Shore. Is anyone else having a ton of fun trading today? No? I sold calls and then I sold some more calls. I bought some calls and then sold some calls and then bought a put. Oh no. Wait, did the put cost more than the calls you sold? I lost 25% of my gains from Friday. Oh no. I had a straddle on Friday, so I'm kind of good. You remember like, God, 3 years ago now when I was like, hey guys, I'm just going to straddle every night at close. Still doing that. What position do you want? Shh, don't give away the secret sauce. My girlfriend used up all my calls for the month, so she's going to visit her parents. Have you tried growing more trash? Only like 5 people in the pickle jar actually straddle 3 years later. You know, I just assume that at some point, after like an overnight move of 3%, people are going to be like, you know what, maybe I should be doing that. You can't grow a call? What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know, the ones I sold are getting pretty big. If the birds eat the minutes from the fields, do they work better as 5G towers? That's ridiculous. Birds aren't real. You could definitely grow a call. You just have to plant 100 shares. Ah. Haha, Glorp is crying. Yeah, I am. Is that what sharecropping means? Uh, no? I don't even remember what sharecropping means. Oh, it's like just a different form of indentured servitude. Hmm. Carpetbagger. Wasn't that like people from the South that had bags made out of carpets? You do the work, I get the money. Sharecropping. Oh, Jesus. You know how I know none of our political parties are effective? Because nobody pays a group of 100,000 people to establish residency from state to state and pass the laws they want. You know, you can become a California resident in like one day and then vote. And then a week later, become like a New York resident and then vote. You could control everything. Sounds very American. Vote maxing. Exactly. Hang on, you've got a great idea here. I know. No, that's sandbagging, Pickle Rich. Carpetbagging's like when you go, well, it was a person from one side of the Civil War or the other that like moved back and forth post Civil War during Reconstruction, or a political candidate who seeks elections from a region they're not from. Isn't that where they just shift around military people from base to base? Oh yeah, that too. I struggle with managing straddles. Any tips? There's like a whole channel for it now. Full of tips and tricks. It's a thread in SPX chat. Same thing. What's the name of it? Straddle? I don't know. I don't go in there. Hold on. SPX Straddle Studio. I was looking at positioning this morning. I was like, man, I might degen some 5900s. I didn't do it, and now I'm sad. Hmm. Those were cheap at open, too. Nuke 2 years ago would have full ported. But Nuke 2 years ago would just still have the same amount of money if he did that. Yeah, 340. That was a good price. To be fair, we had a weird opening candle, so it's kind of understandable. Why did you sell calls here? I didn't. I sold 59.25 calls at market open, and then some more since we've been up here. Yeah, naked. I think they're in danger. Maybe. I could always buy calls if they are. What's up, Castellosaurus? How you doing, man? Some bot puts here at 59.10. And weirdly, still some bot puts at 5900, 5890. Which is keeping some of the put prices fairly high. You missed my chat, sad face. Oh shit. I just forgot to use these. Am I doing this right? Also, win up or preferably win crash. I never thought the market would be so volatile, yet simultaneously so boring. I mean, that usually happens after big overnight moves, is you get, like, really fucking boring trading the next day. What price did you actually feel threatened for your sold 25 Cs? I don't know. Like 450 maybe? I might be a little concerned. I'm not too worried about it right now. I have an average price of 240 on them. Ew. Well, that's closer. Hmm. They're now more than 430. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna sell some more. Maybe spreads, though, here. Hmm. Ooh. I might wait for a test at 20. Then I might sell like 5 more. How much will that raise my average? Hmm. Are we gonna get a test at 20? So close. Still a lot of sold calls at 15. 35 sold calls bought back pretty heavily. Hmm. Yeah, there's 0 GT. Any of those cover bid squeezes that can occur here? We just kind of got one. Some of the out of the money sold calls are buying to close. I'm almost back to break even. Just need this to go a little bit lower. I think if we fall back under 59.10, I'll probably just close them. Yeah, I could scooch it a little. Is it worth buying puts up here? It's risky. Someone is buying them. Someone's buying like the 59.20 and the 59.10 put. There's also still bot puts at 5900 and 5890. Ooh. There's support at 5900 still. But I guess we could get to 905 pretty easily. 12 and the gap. That is a gap, right? At 5909? Yeah, okay. PAX finally broke 13. Nice. I didn't even look at that today. FUBO up 11%. Was there a development? No, just pushing some of the sold calls in the money. I was late to the party, but I made 250 on the way to 20. You're a decent human. Nice, dude. Well done. Also, thank you. Just found it. Discord, SPX, channel, threads, SPX Straddle Studio. That's the one. Ooh. I've now made $700 on infinite risk. Not bad. Not bad. I brought up Upstart this morning. Legend. I'm glad you talked about it. I was so afraid to open Straddle Studio. That's valid. Yeah, currently I'm profitable under 913. But 929 by end of day. The risk of the bulls just running with this again is pretty high, though. Yeah, I think I just close it. I'm gonna probably close them on the gap fill. Or set a stop here. That's like almost 20%. Hmm. Oop. Nice. That is 20%. Okay. I'm out. Now it can drop back to 58.95. You don't want to displease the gods. Um, the 2-year auction could be interesting. But I feel like liquidity is probably not going to be as much of an issue there. Maybe the 5 or 7 later this week. I'm pretty sure the Strato Studio is a collaborative workshop with lots of natural lighting, where skilled craftsmen select the best legs to lovingly handcraft an artisanal options strategy. Yeah, that sounds about right. Definitely not degenerates just buying a put and call it spot at a random point during the day. Oh, new COVID variant spreading. Sounds like it's time to stay inside. Don't give away my edge. Oh my god, I closed my sold calls at the perfect time. Dork's still working on version 4, and COVID's already up to version NB 1.81. We're all vaccinated, remember? How could I forget? Wouldn't be able to use my cell phone otherwise. COVID's using AI slop. All right, man. Is it like a happy walk, like you had some calls, or like a sad walk, like you had puts but got stopped out of them? Congratulations, GW. Nice. Yeah, trading this sucks. Thoughts on tasty trades? Apparently they don't use TA. Okay. Don't they? What about them? You mean like the broker? I think they're morons personally, but maybe I'm being harsh. I don't think so. I mean, I think that everyone bandwagons their strategies. Like all of fucking all the theta sellers just do anything that they say has an edge, which sometimes is like really overfit. TC trades options methodology. It's just like sell a put or a call with 45 DTE basically, and then buy it back when it's worth less. It's not very complex. How much does the vibe of chat change your trading strategy? Not at all. Buy back when it's at 50% max profit. Yeah, there you go. I don't like the trading theoretical formulas or statistics crowd in general. Hmm. Okay. I mean, there's validity to it. I think, although I do think that that strategy is largely just, you have a lot of time. I can't imagine trying to trade that strategy without shitloads of market and options data, though. RSI is just a reverse looking price action. You could just say buy calls at the bottom and buy puts at the top. Two days after the top. The 2 year option, the 2 year note's not going to fail catastrophically. That's ridiculous. I was kidding. Oh, okay. Where can I find a good options data platform? Right here. App.gammastruct.com. 100% agree has validity, but that's exactly my point. You should be using data to identify when those times are for those strategies. That's so messed up with like Tasty, R Theta, all of them. Yeah. Those guys are shills. Slash S. I still think that means serious. When will GS have autopilot? What do you mean by that? Okay, no walk. No, now I walk. No, I walk. See. Have fun. Make my trades for me. Why would it do that? How do you know they're your trades if it's making them for you? That doesn't work. Yep, no, that works. Still think completely serious trash. I could just charge, like, if you just want to throw money away, I could just charge you more money for Gamma Strike. Like, just let me know ahead of time, and I'll charge you whatever you want. No, it's gotta be more greater than the already set price. We can program it into Me6 the same way I did the futures command. Buy sell instructions. Please God don't. Is there a paper gamma strike available? No? Or yes? What I want is a PiFi straddle ETF that just follows your straddle gains losses daily at 3x. But with the vol decay, it would just be zero. Like, it would just be zero return. So you wouldn't want it leveraged. If you charge for more for Gamma Strike, then we'll have to call you a corporate sellout. Ooh, yeah, I don't want that. Gross. When are you adding the why aren't you not making money to Gamma Strike? It's in the works. Ooh, little notebooks with a Gamma Strike logo on it for paper trading. See, now that's a great merch idea. Well done, Lit. $0 return is better than what some of us make. You have to have vol decay in order to leverage it. You have to create the 3x leverage somewhere. Camo hat, please. But then how would I find you if you were invisible? Carvana at 312. Decent timing for puts. I'd been waiting for 310. Is it being at 312? Like, problem. Maybe. Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. I don't like that it broke 310. Might move up more. Hmm. Yeah, I probably wouldn't short it there. It's at 312.61 right now. I don't love that. You probably wouldn't have shorted it 2 weeks ago either, right? Hmm. What, on like the first test? Probably not. Yeah. Oh God. What did you do? I'm surprised puts haven't decayed heavily. Yeah, actually the IV on them staying pretty high. There's still some demand on the put side. There's also a couple strikes where puts just aren't being sold very much, like 59.10, 58.90. And IV hasn't come down a ton yet. And we're back under 20, but still above 19. ES is kind of struggling with like 59, 27, 25. We're a bit short of retesting the trend here. Still. Hmm. 'Interesting. $59, 29.84. Alright. Auction results are in. Bid to cover 2.57. High yield 3.955. The 1 bip stop through. So decent demand. 90.4% at high. Primary dealers only took 10.48%. I wonder if that's actually a little bit worse though. Hmm. It was 957. Yeah, it was 3.965 before the auction. Fed bid 99.4 billion. Fed's up to what? 5 17.9 billion today. Hmm. Do you have a put that's 20% down? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we failed the lower test on ES. So maybe just break down into some consolidation. Or see if 5900 turns into support. 5900 ES, which is a little higher. Hmm. Alright. Well, I guess we just get a little support here again. There's still bot calls in the money at 5905, 5900. Some of them pulled back a little on the profit taking, but not enough of them. They're closing the call the stop limit. Now I'm holding my put. I'm just trying to figure out for the first time when it's too long to hold it. I mean, I would say that like if this is gonna break down, we need to fill the downside gap, which we haven't done yet. So, bounces here could be kind of rough. You'd think we'd be get closer to filling the gap. Maybe a lower high off of this. You don't want to overhold it and lose a bunch of money. So I'd say it's probably a little risky to the upside above the prior high. Like, it'd be really risky to hold. Well, it'd be a little risky to hold it above like 59.14, but to hold it above like 59.17 would be very, very risky. And then if we do get a gap filled to the downside on the 5900 gap or 5909 gap, be really careful because there's a lot of support at 5900. Weird glitch on SPY. Ooh, interesting. Down to delta neutral, huh? Curious. Yeah, that happens. Could just be illiquidity, though. It's not necessarily an indicator of price action or future price action. Discord said, fuck you. Oh, did it kick me? Piece of shit. Hold on. What's what? SPY? That's a good question. They are orders that were filled very far out of the money. Does it show up on the brokers? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I don't see it on the 1 minute on WeBull. Yeah, so it might be an issue with exchanges, like the number of exchanges being monitored. I see it on TradingView. Yeah, which means that it's a print that's showing up on the unpaid data and not the paid data. So it could be like an order that was placed in one exchange and then canceled elsewhere, or an order that was placed and canceled, and the lack of additional exchange data is keeping the trade from being netted out properly. It was 2000 SPY shares that went for 578.43 on the DF exchange and 1313.02. Okay, there you go. Hmm. Right after a crazy candle, TLT started going down. Coincidence? I think not. You don't think that has anything to do with maybe just the auction? UNH is inversing the market. Yeah. Ooh, we broke that 59.14 level. Um, huh. Weird. There's like negative gamma right here on SPX. But I think it's positive enough on the SPXW that it doesn't matter. What's the next big resistance? 20. Kind of wondering if I should sell calls here again, though. I want to. It's just the risk of getting squeezed out. It's kind of annoying. They're 365 right now. Maybe I'll wait. See if we actually get the test at 20 this time. We still haven't filled the downside gap at 59.09. Is the decrease in positive 0 GT gamma at 59.10 due to sold calls closing? No. You mean from like where it was earlier today? You got it, Cooley. Fear no man, but that gap is scaring me. 76% chance of profit if I sell here. 335. Maybe I sell the 30s for 213. I have 220 on these. Ooh, nice. Okay. Deal with that. Dollar up, yields down. What doing, banks? Japan's finance ministry will hold a meeting for primary dealers of Japanese government bonds on June 20th, per Nikkei. 30 counterparties take 138.06 billion at repo. Hmm. Yeah, RP dropped. Japan's finance ministry will hold a meeting for primary dealers on June 20th. Nikkei has learned, and what may be on the agenda is spring speculation over cutbacks to ultra long term bond supply. Representatives from 19 financial institutions, including brokerages and top banks, are expected to discuss a recent rise in ultra long bond yields and other market conditions at the upcoming meeting. The Finance Ministry sent a survey in preparation asking for participants' desired issuing amounts for bonds of various maturities, such as 10 and 30 years, as well as views on ultra long term bond movements and how the ministry should respond. Uh, Life insurers and other bond market participants had expressed concerns over rising 30 and 40-year yields at a meeting with the BOJ last week. Some at the BOJ say there's a desire to avoid cuts to bond buying that would drive ultra long yields higher. Concern of oversupply of ultra long bonds is growing. The tail on the 20-year JGBs at the May 20 auction was the largest since 1987. The finance ministry will hold an auction for 40-year JGBs as early as Wednesday. We'll closely monitor market trends, including ultra-long bonds, and engage in careful dialogue while implementing appropriate policies on JGB management, says Finance Minister Katsunobu Kato. Uh, hmm. I think we have a 40-year tonight. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a 40-year auction tonight. I'm just with RRP dropping means. I mean, it just means there's decreased demand for somewhere to park money risk free. So generally, I mean, dropping RRP is kind of bullish. Or at least someone's getting a better yield somewhere else when they're pulling money out of RRP and deploying it there. It's a little more important right now because of the yield cap, like the cap, the budget cap. Since the Treasury is like refinancing a lot of debt, um, they need the padding that's available in RRP to continue to do that. But it could be just because we have like the 3 6 month auction today. Hmm. Check DMs. So the interview went really well. There was some excitement. Yeah, you're fucked. At least you don't have to live in Buffalo. Although if you still get hired after that, amazing. You should never quit that job because they're clearly morons. No, there's some patterns that matter on the 1 minute. It really just depends the time frames you're trading and the amount of theta you have. Your risk tolerances. Usually the 1 minute's tighter, better for scalping and stuff, worse for holding positions and larger moves. We could go up more into the end of the day, just not a lot more. At least not right now. The tier auction did not fail. Actually, it had higher than expected demand. Although, I don't think that's great. It's not terrible either. I'd imagine Charm's quite supportive here. Yes, it is. And applying some upward pressure as we get closer to the end of the day as well. But, that positive pressure still has time to slip. Like, we could fall back below. No, we'd have to fall quite a bit, I think. I guess Charm gets kind of nasty for bulls under like 58.90. So we'd have to slip like $23, but it's not impossible. Gamma falls off pretty sharply to the downside. Bulls keep coming in and supporting 10, but there's a gap at 09. And then 5900 doesn't look all that supportive, to be honest. Maybe 95 is a little bit more, but Is this pump driven by a tariff policy of the EU until July? Or is there another factor or more mechanical? I mean, probably yes, and then also just, profit taking on the put side from the drop into the EU tariff issues. If this gamma rise more sharply onto spot, then it's likely to fall harder, correct? Do you mean, well, the gamma at spot is going to increase as we move towards the end of the day anyway. But yes, if the gamma at spot were to rise more significantly relative to the strikes below it, then there would probably be more than sufficient liquidity on a move down as the MM sheds the delta that they're carrying up here. Don't forget, though, that we are in a positive gamma environment here, so the MM would only shed delta until they were kind of back to neutral, which is, back at like 59, 5904 or 5894. And then and then would probably, I mean, no, like, well, they would still be buying the dip below that because we're still positive gamma on the longer dated chain on the monthly. A decent pullback all day. It's been impressive. Yeah, yeah. It was mostly just this morning. I mean, Bulls caught the higher support and leveraged off of it, so. Hmm. The collar is at 5905. I wonder if anyone here works in HR and what their opinion would be on my DM earlier. Oh, you want me to read it? So the interview in Buffalo went really well. However, when I sent a follow-up email thanking for their time and expressing my excitement, I forgot to remove the section that clearly shows I used Chat GPT for the email. Am I fucked? Yes. Maybe not. You know what? I feel like the people that choose to work in HR probably just also use Chat GPT. Yeah, they're gonna be like, this guy's on the cutting edge. He'll use Chat GPT to respond. Failure to cover tracks indicates not detail oriented. True. Choose to work in HR is wildly generous of you. I mean, you have to apply for and accept a job in HR to end up working in HR. Is dating difficult nowadays? I have no idea. Having a little relationship trouble over here. Maybe single soon. Good for you? Bad for you? I don't know. Do you want to be single? Buy lots of tissues. Yeah. Do you have any sad movies to watch? We're brutally honest because he cited his source. The HR is most probably an LLM. You're good. I don't want to be single, but maybe we're growing apart. Yeah, that sucks. Go to a window with a boombox on your head and play a love song. Works everyone, every time. Also, make sure your clothes. I found that the hard way. Jesus Christ, man. None of those sentences made sense. Go to therapy if you want to save it. Yeah, you can do that. Just have more babies to save the relationship. 100% will hold things together for another year. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Nope, no, he's correct. If you don't make sure that you're closed, then. Oh, God. There's nothing a bottle of Hennessy and a morning filled with regret can't fix. Is that what you said when you got down on one knee, Dork? Play Again by Fetty Wap outside her window. No babies, just dogs and a lease. Does her family like you more than her? Loveline? I don't think Loveline is the same as therapy. Real talk, the China deal gap still lingers. What are the chances that fills? I mean, pretty good, given that there's no deal with China. Like, we pumped on a deal with China, but that's not something that's real yet. Actually, we pumped on the idea that there would be a future deal with China that currently doesn't exist. Dirk is more of a two-knee guy. Not true. I've seen pregnant girls on Tinder. Okay. Oh, to the have another baby thing to keep it all together. Children aren't the glue for your bad relationship. I was listening to Loveline when Katy Perry went on. What a night. Hmm. So buy the rumors, sell the news. Gross? Yeah, that's kind of, it's usually how it works. Playing Every Breath You Take by the Police totally won't be creepy. Actually, all Sting songs are creepy. You have to play Kiss from a Rose by Seal. It's the second most romantic song ever written. You're welcome. What does it mean when speed is showing as a negative on the chart? Speed to the upside of spot is negative. If it worked for Val Kilmer, it can work for me. Don't go on Tinder if you don't want to see pregant ladies. Is this like a southern thing? First time Dirk's fiance sees him without clothes is going to be wild because of his wedding night manscaping. Are you going to do his name in cursive? What's the first one? I can't tell you. It's my secret. Thanks for the relationship advice, Pickle Jar. I'm gonna cry myself through this California burrito. Are you okay? That's one way of handling it, I guess. City women don't have babies, so probably. Huh. You know, that's a really broad assumption, but I think maybe socioeconomically accurate. Most romantic song is FOMC Blues? No. I do live in the southeast. That's the south. The south is on the east side. Looking at my body is like watching SPX test Vega neutral. It makes me want to sell calls. I don't know what that means, Dork. Play Bulls on Parade outside her window. We haven't filled the downside gap. It's true. I live in a city and I haven't seen a single baby the whole time I've been here. They have babies. I've seen babies in New York City. That's a thing. It's O'Dork, obviously. No. Need a better music video for Kiss from a Rose. That's not true. Also, why are you playing a music video? He didn't say carry a Sony Trinitron on your head. He said a boombox. The correct answer is Yele. Put your mouth from 1996. Put it in your mouth? I don't think so. Don't trust city babies? Why? I was a city baby once. Boombox with attached projector. Don't trust country babies either. Maybe we could synopsize that whole thing. Just don't trust babies. 1 second. Hey, 20 test. Ooh, I want to sell puts. Calls. Where is it? Mm, 22, maybe test 25. 25's got a lot of sold calls. How much more are these? No, I'm selling the 30. I want to sell the 30 call. Well, I guess I'll sell it if I can get a 350 fill. I might not get it. Sexy song in the DMs if you haven't listened to it yet. Oh, I didn't hear this. Is this Bloop? New jams from Bloop? I feel like we've seen this happen 1,000 times. It's almost like they just can't keep him down. Oh, 1 second. We bounce. Check. I'm back. We did it. I've told you, jackass. We got 40 minutes. Piddle. Can you spell it? Well, I'd say, hey, I'll eat. I just read it. If you find a $20 bill on the ground, you don't water it and wait for it to grow. Buy low, sell high. I know. Bear market, bull market, bear market, bull market, bear market. And you were the market maker.
All in. If we don't take a chance, we'll never know. I'm falling. Oh.
Ooh, I gotta fill it $4.
Let me see you go low. Let me see you go low.
Have you considered that if the supply fails, the industries that rely on that supply die? Have you considered that if the supply fails, the industries that rely on that supply die? Big bar support if big bar fails, resistance. Big bar support if big bar fails, resistance. Big bar to the upside, resistance. If big bar... Oh, no. What happened? Where were we? We were here. Resistance. Big bar to the upside, resistance. If big bar break out of our big bar, big move. Buy low, sell high. I know. Okay, listen, jackass. This isn't my first rodeo. Why does he keep doing that? Buy low, sell high.
isn't my first rodeo. Bear market, bull market, bear market, bull market, bear market. You are the market maker.
All in. If we don't take a chance, we'll never know. I'm falling. I'm all in. If we don't take a chance, we'll never know. I'm falling. And I can't get back up. Let me see you go low.
Beautiful pet track. It's almost over. Ding ding. It's done. Today was a good day. It was fun. Everything's starting to look a little better. And I realize bullshit's bullshit until proven otherwise. You're just like trying to overinterpret the data. Don't hitch your train to decaying data. Oh yeah, who would do that? Not you guys, right? I'm gonna quote myself here on something that I made up last night. If you find a $20 bill on the ground, you don't water it and wait for it to grow. Buy low, sell high. I know. Bear market, bull market, bear market, bull market, bear market. Damn stupid ass fucking cunt. Market maker.
If we don't take a chance, we'll never know. I'm falling. I'm all in. If we don't take a chance, we'll never know. I'm falling. And I can't get back up. Let me see you go low.
Nice. I like it. This place is like the dark web of YouTube. And just like that, I'm back on ecstasy. Were you ever really off of it? You've already accidentally told me your name before. What's the song with you saying a bunch of numbers? Similar techno vibe to that one. Oh, I need a 10-hour loop of bear market, bull market. I have a girl to win back. Bear's girlfriend just called. They're in love again because of this. Hold on. I think I have it in the music channel. With the Louvre, maybe? Is that techno analysis? I can't remember if it was. I can't remember if it was not financial advice or techno analysis. I could just play the whole album. Should I just play the whole album? Is Bloop okay with that trash? Oh yeah, yeah, that does. Oh, wait, hold on. Damn it. I'll ping you? Okay, let me know. I can just play the whole album for the rest of the day. Ping in the lounge? Where is it? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was techno analysis then. No, trash is a duck. How would a duck be a DJ? Remember, Gherkin, this is still technically a bear rally. I know, I sold calls. Yeah, stay in your lane and sell insurance. That's what I was doing. Can we get the 5909 gap fill before close? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, we could. Bot puts at spot. No bot calls. Some sold puts at 59.25 though. Some bot calls at 35. Those are pretty far out of the money. Hmm. Finally, we have a competent leader that cares about the people. American flag. If you listen to his buy signals, you're rich. I was already rich. Now all my trade with China's muddied. Did Poopy reincarnate? No, this person's stupider. Okay, fine. Well off. Stupider is grammatically correct and a real word. It's the comparative form of the adjective stupid. Matthew Hodge. Current and former Canadian. That's also correct, Dork. Knowing parts of speech makes you gay? Shit. Why didn't you tell me? I would have never read Strunk and White if I'd known. No, it isn't. Fuck. God damn it. Jesus, fuck. Yes, it is. It's a comparative form of humid. Meaning more humid. It sounds incorrect. It's too late for him. He knows what Strunk and White is. Whoa, 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 English professor Gherk. Read the room/audience. We don't need those woke learned linguistics and grammar. I still can't figure out if I'm hanged or hung. uh, yes, here we go. How those sold calls looking? Up. I think we can all agree that different things mean different things. Disagree. One, two.
1, 2, 2,
That's not the margin requirement.
1,
That's not how portfolio margin works.
maybe like 2,000, 2,400, $2,400 plus the premium you paid for the contracts, 6,000, 6,500, $6,500 minus the premium paid for the contract, 2,000, 6,000, 2,000, 6,000, 2,544.13 times 10 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 times 10.
Stupider is a non-lemma form of the word.
Plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 plus 2 plus 17 plus 344 plus 220 220,
Which means it is inflected or derived
35
from a
plus
word
3 plus 2
that is
plus
in
1.
primary base form.
For 60 calendar days later, t plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 plus 2 plus 3 plus 15 c3 dash 3 times 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 times 10
Like runs, run, like runs, running, ran, run.
69.
Did any of you guys not read the River Runs Dry DD? Because that shit's still getting some action. Doesn't mean it's incorrect, Dork. Just because you don't like how it sounds.
100 shares, 148, 150, 5 million shares in holding, but you have 9 million shares loaned out. 100 shares, 200
Where did these
shares,
glow
400
sticks
shares,
and a pacifier
815
come
shares,
from?
2,000 shares. Stop buying shares, you assholes. 100 shares. 2,000 shares, 35,000 shares, 6,000, 7 shares, times 10, 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 69. This is dope. 69.
Still trying to finish the bridge to Terabithia.
666, 69.
Oh, I have the Sermon of the Dans. Is today a religious holiday? It is now.
The instructions for the safety Dans is on the back of the condom wrapper. You can Dans if you want to. You can leave the Dans behind. But if the Dans don't re-accept members, they ain't no Dans of mine. VWAP Disciple gets it. I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? First off, can we talk about the books of the Dans? Where the Dans come from? It's been a while. Those were the days. They're gone now. Because you've left the primary not a cult and actually formed a real cult behind a dumpster. And yet we've accepted you and your degeneracy. Should you not afford that same opportunity to others? I said this a bunch of times. I'll say it again. The Dans are hypocrites. I even did a clip on this. I specifically have ads on here from Dans, and I can pull them up, where the Dans are advertised as being accepting of all, no matter what. Is this a lie? Have the Dans been actively lying to the people? Can we figure this out? Can we figure out I have quants. That's what you guys are for.
I fucking remember
second of
this
all-
too.
Everyone in this chat has sharded themselves, okay? Don't act like it's a thing you haven't done. You have. You don't have to tell anyone about it. You may not be brave enough, it's fine, but you've done it. So that's about it. Anything I'm forgetting? All right. Our Lady who art above us, VWAP be thy name. Thy tendies come, thy DD done, in practice as it is in theory. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness. As we forgive those who bet against us, lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. For thine is the market and the profits and the money, forever and ever. Riku. Don't ever talk to me again.
Praise be. Riku to you all. Actually, Danimal, you're barred from Rikuing. Until you become a pigeon whale again. Cooking up some goodies for Thursday? You grew up Catholic, didn't you? I think so. I remember a priest trying to feed me crackers and then smuggle me away from my parents. I blocked out the rest. No, I pointed at him and told my mom he was a pedophile. I'm pretty sure he was just trying to give me a sacrament in front of other people. Oh, jeez. Those weren't crackers, they were roofies. He was after your adrenochrome. He should have just told me it was for Warren Buffett. I missed song time. It's not over. I could do more.
Right now, that's awesome. I want a pickle. I don't have a PO box set up, but I want to set one up so people just send me pickles from around the world. I can try them all. Because everyone loves pickles. Pickles, they're tasty. Except kimchi. I hate that stuff. It's so gross. I keep trying to eat it because it's like popular, and I go out to restaurants and like I was raised to just like eat everything on my plate, and I'll eat it. And every time I eat it, I hate it. I hate myself for not being able to say no. I want a pickle. Should I buy a pickling business? How profitable as the pickle world. I want a pickle. I'm not like obsessed with pickles.
I can't look at it right now, Nick. If I do, the music will end. Been away for a minute. Now it's Gamma Strike. Pickles picks are different. Here I am doubting my simple strategies. And then you drop the Dan songs. It all feels different, but that brought me back. Cheers and thanks as always. Thank you, C Pizzle. And McConnerberry.
No.
Welcome to Cornishon, Knotson.
Because I don't like hard eggs. I like can you pickle a soft boiled egg?
As one does.
I will not eat pickled herring. I've had it. No, thank you. You can keep that. I don't know what an ono is, but I'd be willing to try it. I'm not like obsessed with pickles. I don't want anyone to think that. Should I buy a pickle?
Alright. I'm looking at your DMs now. Oh, fuck yeah. We're gonna need to put some spit polish on that, but that looks fucking dope. People don't even know about this. Wait, that looked bearish. Go back. Oh wait, this isn't live. Interesting. That's fucking sick. Did you say they were removing? Yeah, they're removing a bunch of parts of PPI that are bad. Just be prepared for that the next time they do PPI. Any changes in positioning coming in? Hmm. Hold on. Not substantial ones. More sold puts above 5,900 now. Still a lot of sold calls, 20, 25, 30. Some bot calls at 35, but they've trimmed down a bunch. Not a lot of vol to be gained anywhere. But I would be cautious of maybe like an end of day pump. I think I might close my sold calls if we pull back a little bit more. I'd like to see us lose like 59.17. Because that gap's still down there, unfilled. All fucking day. Not that it has to fill, but I feel like it should. Very little support below 59.15. The top, I mean, the top is probably in, but it doesn't have to be. If bulls come in and push from 15, they can push it out to like 27, 30, somewhere in there. Technically. Really, really difficult at this point, but not impossible. Most likely close? It's a good question. It's really early, but I would say somewhere between like 59.05 and 59.20. Maybe 10 and 20 right now. That might shift a little over the next fucking hour and 20 minutes, though. $5,900 pen. That'd be neat. I don't know. Vol picks up a lot on the downside move. I think the put sellers would try to avoid a close at 5,900. That would sting. $59.10 to 20 is great for everybody. And mostly the MM. I don't care. I just don't want it to go above 59.30. Quadruple bottom for CCS. Oh yeah, how's that doing? CCCS. Ooh, got a nice bounce off of 50. Maybe like the inverse head and shoulders kind of completing. Still like one more potential leg down to like 832. But if this got out back above 9, then I would say maybe reversing again. I think I needed above 890 something to be profitable. This is good fun. God, I haven't rocked a pair of Airwalks since I was in 4th grade. What are the chances of this pump continuing tomorrow? Um, hmm. Tomorrow we have, well, there's a Japanese bond auction tonight. And then we have FOMC minutes tomorrow. And a 5-year auction. 5-year auction might have some more liquidity issues. Red Book, I don't think anyone gives a shit. Richmond Fed, Dallas Services. We got a 2-year floating rate auction also. I don't know. I don't think nothing impactful till later in the day tomorrow. One second. It looked like there was some covering on GME, but it looked like it was over this morning. Nvidia's after hours tomorrow, though. And I'm not actually sure that... Yeah, I'm not actually sure that the outcome of Nvidia earnings, even on a beat, is bullish. Right, if Nvidia is kind of the last thing holding dispersion together, those market makers are way overexposed on long delta in the event of any IV crash. Which means they'll be dumping delta, which is bearish. PT? It was like, I don't know, this, what was it this morning? It was like 3502, something like that. It went above it. Gamma max times 1.15. Hasn't that been the case for inflation data for like 20 years? It's been the case for inflation data forever. Yeah, it looked like there was some XRT covering, at least in the short term, but there is some slightly increased correlation with BTC, although not enough that I would say it's statistically significant. I finally did it. I bought low and sold high, my man. Up 20% on PAX, this rocks, and 20% on AQN. Fuck yeah, dude. Awesome. PAX has been kind of killing it lately. $5% on SRF. I'm gonna put a stop on my calls. When will EPAM regain its former glory? Did you see what fucking Trump tweeted Putin today? Oh shit. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Ugh. But a bad tweet about Russia is bad for Ukraine. Hmm. Is it? No, no. EPAM had a huge part of their business located in Russia. That's why they went down so hard after the war started. Russia and Ukraine, but they were very heavily exposed to the Russian market, and they had to shutter all of that. Belarus and London. I'm not too sure about their Belarus and London operations, but they they had a significant amount of their workforce and stuff in both Ukraine and Russia, and they also ceased operations in Russia, and they had like 230 something $1 million in Russian banks or banks in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. So there was a bunch of like financial risk to their cash holdings. But I think they pivoted really quickly and very well. I thought they managed the situation astoundingly well, given this how surprising it was. No, they had like 9,000 employees in Russia. They were pretty split between the two. Their main base of operations was Ukraine, but Russia was a huge part of their operations. What did Trump tweet to Putin? Oh God, what was he on about earlier? It was like he said it was this morning, right? What time was it? It was like a Truth Social post. Sources on CNN said he could move forward ahead with new sanctions in Russia in the coming days. And then he posted um, something about the EU establishing meeting dates. Oh, here it is. Putin didn't realize is that if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean capital letters, really bad. He's playing with fire! Exclamation point. Truth Social, 11:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He said Vladimir stop not too long ago. Yeah, yeah. What a great president. Medvedev commented on Trump's statement today and said, I only know of one really bad thing, World War III. You think Trump's and RFK's brainworms touch tips? Did you guys hear his speech over the weekend at West Point? Where he was like talking about trophy wives for 20 minutes? Can it truly be World War III without Germany being the bad guy? They are rearming. We don't know yet. All the West Point grads are contemplating their life decisions. Who will be the bad guy of the Pacific Theater? China? Is Kid Rock in charge of nukes yet? No, they're still trying to get him his clearance. Wait, I have songs I haven't played? Hold on. Looks like they're getting prepared for it to break out. Oh, this is way too exciting for this price action. Increased volume. Volume's going up. Increased volume. Volume's going up. Increased volume. Volume's going up. Increased volume. Like sharp spike in volume. The trend is outrageous. The volume keeps going up. There's a massive ramp up in volume. Guess I'm chasing. The trend is outrageous. So you're getting this massive ramp up in volume. The trend is outrageous. Okay, Jimmy looks lit.
5, 6, 7, 8. Increased volume. It's fucking rocketing. Increased volume. I have not stopped being bullish. Increased volume. Filthy high volume. So volume's going up. Breakout stops. For people who just like don't understand how this works, just rewind. I've recapped it like 20 times. There's time. Like, I feel like you just don't pay attention and then ask me the same question 500 times. Just rewind the stream. It's pretty simple. This is the spicy line right here. Oh, look, it's in the thing. This is actually my favorite part. It's nice, it's relaxed, we can talk about bullshit. Just gonna relax. Relax. But seriously, dear God, people. Why are we talking about stocks? Let's talk about stuff. Let's settle this once and for all. I don't really like Full House very much. You know what's terrible is. Hold on. Hold on. You know what? I gotta call my brokerage real quick. 1 second. Let's go. Increased volume. Volume's going up. Increased volume. Volume's going up. Increased volume. Volume's going up. Increased volume. Like sharp spike. Breakout stops. That was dope. Kirk volume's decreasing. I know.
I have to know, did you sell more 5025C when we tested it? I actually sold more 5025s back here, but then I closed them when we didn't fill the gap. And then I sold 5030s on this test, and I haven't actually closed them yet, but I set a stop on them at 70 and 80 cents, which was like this second position. So far, I haven't gotten stopped out, but I would on basically any move above like 59.18, I think. What made you want to sell calls today? The huge PM move? There was already a shitload of sold calls. I sold 25s at market open, and then I sold more of them when we got the 15 test, 15, 17 test, to average them down, and then those got closed shortly after. I actually took a loss on the ones I closed at open, but I made, I don't know, like 28% on the ones that I sold on the first upside test. So it ended up being like, I don't know, it was like $900. It wasn't very good. And then the 5930s I sold were a lot better. But yeah, partially the large PM move. And then also, you have the collar here. You have 5900, which is huge resistance. You had market participants that are incentivized to sell volatility on the upside. So I didn't think I'd be alone in call selling, and so far I haven't. Yeah, there was some risk with getting like squeezed out, more so at 25 than on the 30s. It's a pretty big mountain of them at 25, and they're not just zero DTE. And then also remember that the more of the day that progresses without us breaching those sold calls at like 25, especially, the more the charm decay is going to push down on spot from those calls, or those calls going to zero. I actually think the 59.25 puts for Friday are bought. Well, we have to see how things reposition each night. So I mean, you have to go look and see how things change, because I mean, you're right, it's going to evolve. Negative gamma at 59.10. Sold puts? Yeah, there's a bunch of sold puts at 59.10. And kind of increasing. See, yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. I mean, I think Nvidia is like the last vestige of like the big dispersion trade that kind of cock-rocketed the market after the April lows. And sure, China trade deal, but also tech earnings, right? That we were running headfirst into. Um, and I think even if Nvidia beats like the bump in IV, might not be substantial enough for the MM to continue to hold all the delta that they're exposed to right now. And if the MM starts shedding delta, like if IV crushes on NVIDIA earnings, the MM is going to have a shitload of delta to dump. And I think not only would that be maybe a little bearish for NVIDIA, but bad for the index overall, just because of how much exposure there is. And we don't have like as much positive gamma now as we did following like Tesla and Apple earnings and everything. There was way more positive gamma on the chain back then, supportive of like spot price than there is now. I mean, so much so that we got a literal debt downgrade and the fucking market barely flinched. Just sell the news? I mean, possibly, but it's more like there might be an opportunity to play like IV Crush or a move up in IV on like the Qs or Soxix or something like that. If we get another fucking downgrade, that's going to be very bad. Like if S&P or Fitch make a move, that would be devastating. And they might if the current iteration of the big beautiful bill passes. Because that, I mean, like, it doesn't do any favors for our deficits. I sold 40 CCs because I don't give a fuck about them getting called away on GME. Yeah, it looked like you and everybody else in the world sold the 40C. Well, at least everyone in the pickle jar. Like 4,000 calls at that strike. $40, coward. I'm selling 25 CCs on GME. Let them get called away so I can be free. Go IP line 59.25 makes it like a bot. 25 is like net sold calls. Short puts and sold calls. Not a lot of short puts though. There hasn't been a lot of activity on it at all though. Like most of the volumes on it were earlier today. There's not like a shitload going on at 25 right now. There's still some like a little bit of pit selling. Oh shoot, I bought the 40C. So no 59.10. No, I still think the most likely closing price is maybe it's like 59.10 to 59.25 now. There's a bit less sold calls at 20 than there were. But still a decent amount of them. So it might have opened up like $5 or so. You guys still have your GME shares? I don't. I feel like there was no battle for 5,900. Really? Like there kind of was. Like this whole period. It's like an hour, 2 hours almost. Trying to push up through it. I don't know how much bears need to really do here. I mean, the collar is huge already. Then you have the collar and gamma neutral basically right at spot. So it's not like the market maker is coming in and saving the bulls' asses or anything. I mean, look how much even on the zero DTE, there's not that much positive gamma supporting spot right now. Like if you took the aggregate of this, you've got, some like 6 billion there and 44 billion here. And we're kind of barely holding on to 15. I just don't know. Well, there's not a lot of downside either because there's support at 10 and 5. And then 50 and at 5,900. No, I don't have calls. Why would I buy calls? I don't think it's going up more from here. Probably not. Maybe if Gamma Max moves up, but it didn't look like it was moving up much today. Like there was covering in the pre-market on foreign exchange arb, and that carried into market open, but then it tanked. I will say that that's been kind of happening each day as it's climbed up from like 2028. So there might still be more covering on it from XRT. But after like next week, maybe I would sell calls on it or something. I make a lot more money on the short vol side of GME without having to worry about getting rug pulled by weeklies. You shill. Fubo just broke 363. That's bullish. How often when something is above GM, does GM rise faster instead of the spot price dropping? That depends on out of the money call demand. So if you have continuous demand to the upside, then gamma max will rise. If demand to the upside ceases or just isn't there, then the price is likely to fall. We have to buy calls since you can't grip them. I thought we established that I could. BYD's trying to price everyone else out of the market. Smart. Just bigger cell phones with tires. I'd buy a Lucid before I bought BYD. The Lucid models actually look cool. I heard Lucids keep bricking during updates. Sounds accurate. They have like 1.9% financing right now. It's pretty fucking sweet. The irony is that Tesla's build quality is worse than BYD. Yeah. Japan has a 40-year auction tonight. Could it be spicy? Could be if yields at the top end keep moving up. Although they did pad them a little bit by saying that they were going to stop ultra long-term issuance. Mm-hmm. 20 minutes left. A little over 15 here. 20 might be some resistance if we test it. The calls might close. So keep an eye on that. Some bot calls at 20 right now. I don't like that the downside gap is still open. Yeah, it's a little weird. We came close to testing it again, but still failed to fill it. I mean, I really think they don't want to fill that gap, especially with the collar so close. Have an end of week put. Do you see us reversing overnight? Like, fill the gap? I don't really think there's any reason for us to drop, at least until tomorrow's data, which is later in the day. Like, bulls push pretty hard to regain these levels. They're probably not going to give them up so easily. They haven't even let the downside gap fill today. So. Also, NVIDIA earnings tomorrow night. What if they're just doing really well on margin deficits and margin interest payments? Oop, wait. I didn't lose weight. I'm just more tan. Or maybe both. I don't know. The gap's at like 59.09, 59.09 something. Change. It's down here. You can see it. It's pretty visible. Right there. 5909.37 to 5910.02. I wonder if we fill the gap like close to close, if we just sell off hard as fuck into like 58.90. Hmm. Ooh, so close. Ball's picking up a little bit. I think some of the 59.15 calls closing. Looks like the 25, 30, 35 calls are selling off really hard. Some bot pets came in at 20 on the rejection. So local support is 59.10 bot calls and then sold pets. But under 59.10, vol picks up really fast. So a move here at end of day would be brutal. I still think like 9.10 to 20 is the most likely. Like this range is the most likely close. But there's a little chance that it could slip if the gap were to fill. Because the shift in delta would be pretty enormous. There's a lot of sold puts under us. Let me grab a couple 905s for fun. I'm gonna try those. 30 cents. That's not bad. So see, like the 15's not in the money, which is tricky here. And there's positive delta to the downside, down to like 5,900. Oh, that was a big bump. Yeah, it's still fucking out of the money though. this delta is all pushing down, and this is kind of pushing up, right? So Charm's kind of favoring the bulls here, but if we slip 10, not so much anymore. That might be the way they don't want that gap to fill. Also, keep an eye on delta flip. If those flip, like if the gamma flip moves up above DF. Or I guess more importantly, DF below gamma flip, because it might be an indication that the in the money delta is closing. There's only 6 minutes. It probably won't. It'll probably just close like around here, but it could get spicy. Ooh, bumping the 15 delta. Big one. Still a bunch of bot calls at 20. What was it, like bot calls at 10 came in there? Also, still no fucking gap fill. Mm, 59.20 calls closing. The flips are Frenching. Yeah. But gamma up, which is more bullish than delta down. Ooh, reverse on PCC. Florida Governor DeSantis signs legislation recognizing gold and silver as legal tender in Florida. Oh, are they just not part of the United States anymore? Huh. Good for them. It's not a violation of Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. Gold and silver are allowed to be used as legal tender. As long as they continue to accept the dollar. We're bringing back the coin purse. Finally. Is that because Trump has all the Fort Knox gold at Mar-a-Lago? 20 test. Oh, 21's interesting. Hold on. Fucking huge vol short there. Mix under 19. Ding ding. That looks kind of bullish going into tomorrow. It's too bad all the calls at 20 closed before the spot moved above 21. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Actually, they probably got more premium closing early. Boop. All right. So, inched up above gamma neutral in the JPM collar, packing a little bit of that gamma and delta under us going into tomorrow, but still not clear of a reversal yet, which would be at around 59, 37, 38 or so. Here where the gap is to the upside, I guess, 59, 40, 45. Tomorrow we have, I think we have a 2-year FRN at 11:30. The morning data is not super important unless Kashkari says something really bearish. But German import prices might be a little bit. And then we have the MBA index, purchase index, which probably isn't going to see too dramatic of a shift, but maybe drop a little. We have Red Book, which could be significant if it were really bad, but I don't think it will. Prices are still pretty inflated. And then Richmond Fed and Dallas Services, both expected to do pretty well. Probably not going to be that bad either. And then a 17-week and a 2-year FRN at 11:30, a 5-year note at 1 o'clock, which could be important. And then FOMC minutes come out at 2 p.m., which probably don't matter at all. I don't think the Fed's going to say anything really surprising in the FOMC minutes, but I could see it being a stabilizer for price action until the release. So I kind of expect tomorrow will probably be pretty grindy. Seems there's a decent amount of support at 59.10, despite the gap that we left down there. Probably some resistance up around 59.40, 59.50 to the upside. Out here on futures, that could represent an actual test of the trend that we failed, which we still haven't tested yet. We did regain 59.27.50 here, 59.52.75 to the upside, the next significant resistance. Not a major resistance or anything, that's up at 6,000, but it could be somewhat important, especially if tomorrow ends up being kind of range bound into the FOMC minutes. Dollar climbed up today, and yields at the top end of the curve fell back a little bit, roughly to like Tuesday's low of last week, but not the 20 and 30, just the 10 falling back. The 10 falling back harder than the 20 and 30. We'll see if dollar continues up. It might into the GDP print. Remember, this is the second revision of the expected negative GDP, which came in at, I believe it was 2.3% on its initial revision. or its initial print. And this will be the first revision of that data, where analysts are still targeting negative 0.3% growth for the quarter, but for quarter one. But we'll see. I expect growth is still positive because deficit spending didn't really dry up until we hit the debt ceiling. And then the effects post debt ceiling, I think, are more likely to be recessionary indications. So commodities dropping a little bit, but oil had bounced back higher earlier today. I think it's recovered a little bit from over the weekend. Yeah, not a ton from Friday, but a little bit from Friday. So still up from Friday, but down from yesterday, and some of that on the back of possible additional sanctions on Russia mentioned by Trump. Gold down against the rising dollar. Silver also down. Copper down quite a bit as trade deals with the EU and China possibly progress, although we've seen no evidence of that. Correlation not quite as low as it was at our last high, but still pushing down really hard today. Big moves in both 1 and 3 month correlation. So big push into the dispersion trade. Remember, NVIDIA, the last significant tech earnings is tomorrow. With so much dispersion trade probably leaning on that single earnings call. It would be very interesting if earnings were just kind of within expectations, because that would mean that the is overexposed and likely to shed delta post earnings, which would be slightly bearish for Nvidia, but maybe more so for the indexes, which are kind of in a slippery position anyway. Forward yield on volatility pulled back to negative 3.44 here. And leverage on the carry actually down quite a bit from last Thursday, where it peaked at about 8.8. The high 8.8s, almost 8.9, down to 8.5 end of day today. Correlation on the 3 month falling really sharply. We noted that before, but bond volatility stayed elevated on Friday, might start falling alongside the drop in correlation, maybe through tomorrow. Still doesn't seem to be a lot of out of the money put demand. Skew rising, but still well below the average going back a couple of years. So we would probably still want to see short vol kind of turn around a bit more than it has. Still not a lot of leverage on longer dated, like 30 DTE, 45 DTE, 90 DTE puts. Most of the leverage still all the put leverage crowded around the short term, with in possible volatility expectations being a little bit higher into the future. And we see that kind of on the VIX 3 month. It's around 21. Spot cash VIX at 19. Correlation rose between VIX and cash VIX. So possibly a little bit of a pullback in some of the short volatility positions in the near term, with today's move to the upside. But I do suspect that overall we're probably going to see more shorting on volatility further out. Broth should have done pretty well today. I think everything moved up. Russell and Dow up. Tech still kind of leading the way on the upside moves, but pretty good performance. And this is 2 days combined. This isn't just the single day move to the upside, because of the holiday move up also. But yeah, well, it doesn't look too bad. What the fuck was that? Fed fund futures now pricing in 10 cuts for the September meeting, or 10 points of cuts for the September meeting. So basically pricing out the rate cut for September. We'll probably rotate this out to the January contracts this week. And then the bear steepener pulling back a lot of its gains at the end of last week, back to 0.469, 9% drop there. Pretty breadth looks pretty good across the S&P. I don't know about Russell and Nasdaq, but I'm sure they're not too bad. Nasdaq looks fine. Dow Jones Composite, pretty good with the exception of Boeing. Russell 2K, really only health tech kind of falling behind. Everything else doing really well. So pretty broad-based bounce here off of the 200 MA on the daily, which we did bounce off of on Friday. Testing the upside resistance here on the trends. Not quite as high as the prior high. And so we still have 59.47 above us that could act as resistance. But we did retest and break through the breakdown in the consolidating upside trend. And so right now, this carries a bullish bias into tomorrow at least. We'd be looking back towards that like 59.68 high that we got recently for a breakout and a continuation to the upside. But yeah, I mean, so far bullish. That might be the new norm. Could be, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll get the rest of the macro stuff out tonight with Pickles Picks, like GDP and PCE and all of that shit, and try to give you guys some of the research data. And then tonight's coverage also. So sorry for the delay on that. I drove like 19 hours yesterday and the day before, so I was fucking too tired to do them last night. But I don't think we had much today, so it wasn't a big deal. But I'll have all that out tonight into the end of the week for you guys. Yeah, no problem. Thank you all so much. I'll catch you later. Peace.